I wish to say good morning to our listening audience. Good morning to honorable members of this House and to any guests within our presence. At this time, I wish to extend my condolences to the family of Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. I also wish to extend my deepest sympathies to the late member of this House, Honorable Cyril Lewis Walters. What I will do at this time is open the floor to allow members to pay tributes first to the Queen and second to Mr. Walters. At this time, I recognize the acting Premier, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday, 19th September 2022, after 10 days of mourning, we watched with millions around the world as Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was laid to rest. It was an event as we have not witnessed in 70 years, and perhaps longer than any in modern history. Today, in this first sitting of this Honorable House of Assembly, Her Majesty passed away on 8 September 2022, and I believe it is only fitting, and I thank you for the opportunity to pay our respects to Her Majesty. The Honorable Premier accompanied His Excellency the Governor to London to represent the Virgin Islands to convey our condolences to the royal family and to pay respects at the funeral for our late monarch. Here in the Virgin Islands, a number of activities have taken place in tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. Flags were flown at half-mast. Members of the public have taken the opportunity to sign the condolence books, and persons have also shared their tributes via social media. It is a well-known fact that Her Majesty's ascension to the throne was on a turn of fate. Unexpected circumstances changed the line of succession, and her father became King George VI in 1936. At age 10, in anticipated circumstances, Her Majesty became the heir presumptive, the heir at the age of 10. Upon the passing of her father, she ascended to the throne at the age of 25 in 1952 and commenced a 70-year reign. At the start, many doubted whether her youth, her limited experience, and even her gender was suitable or satisfactory for the tremendous responsibility of monarch over an empire that spans continents. But with courage, Her Majesty stepped into her role and owned it with confidence for every moment of the last 7 decades. Ruling through international, social, political, and technological revolutions and many periods of challenge and triumph. She became the longest-serving head of state, her reign spanning generations. Her Majesty was an iconic figure and an inspiration to millions, especially women, as her tenure and achievement defied and shattered the glass ceiling that was so prominent only a few decades ago. She took her role very seriously and performed her royal duties until the end. She was highly respected by world leaders throughout. Her Majesty visited the Virgin Islands twice, first in 1966, then in 1977. Historians recall in both her visits her cool composure, confidence, and charm as she interacted with residents as handicraft exhibitions, the hospitals, schools, and other places she visited. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's legacy reflects an unconquerable spirit, one who was driven by confidence in herself and her abilities, and who excelled beyond expectations. She will be remembered for her committed service to the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth, and other parts of the world. On behalf of the government and the people of the Virgin Islands, the residents of the 5th District, and on behalf of myself and my family, I extend condolences to the royal family and citizens around the world and the Commonwealth community on her passing. We pray for God's blessing upon her and that she rest in everlasting peace. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize the ascension of King Charles III to the throne and to wish him good health and a successful reign. I thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the Junior Minister for Trade, Economic Development, Honorable Shireen Flack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too, again, wish to extend my sympathies to the family of the late Queen Elizabeth II. I want to congratulate King Charles on his ascension to the throne. For many decades, even before I was born, we only knew of the Queen. I remember my first memory, I think, of the Queen was seeing pictures of my mother, a queen in her own right, shaking hands with the Queen, with my father at her side. And if you know of the relationship that the Queen had with her husband, through thick and thin, these relationships are an example for us to follow. I remember vividly when Princess Margaret came to Virgin Gorda many years ago. My sister Sharon gave her the bouquet of flowers, and we sang a song. I can't remember who composed it, but I believe it was one of the teachers at our school. Come, let us raise our voices and sing a happy song for Marge, a lovely princess, and all her royal throne. May she and all her family be blessed with nature's power, with a hip, 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 hip hooray for the royal family. And that was many years ago, so my memory, I think, Madam Speaker, is still very good. I want to say as well that persons may not understand from a tourism standpoint what the royal family and Queen Elizabeth II has meant to us here in the BVI. But with my experience, I can tell you, with over 75% of our visitors coming from the United States, Americans love royalty. They love the British royalty. And so anything, a t-shirt, a shot glass, a key ring, anything with that Union Jack on it sells like hotcakes. So these are some of the connections that we have with Queen Elizabeth and the royal family. And I know over the years, she was able to make certain changes that were positive for women. When I saw Princess Anne standing vigil, it made me feel very good, because in years past, only men were allowed such a privilege. And I also am very pleased that Princess Charlotte is third in line to the throne and not being bypassed because she has a brother who is younger than her. These things are important to us as women and just in general, Madam Speaker. So I again would like to extend condolences, and we have a relationship with the United Kingdom, and until such time, we have to make sure that it is a positive one. There will be hiccups along the way, but we need to ensure that we have amicable relationships with the United Kingdom as well as any other nation out there. It is very important in this era that animosity and aggression does not come into play even when we negotiate. We can do that in a professional manner. So, and that is something that I would say that the Queen showed us. She was very graceful and very to the point and very diplomatic in the way that she handled anything that she did. And so for that, we too must follow that example. We can be firm, but we can also maintain our professionalism as Queen Elizabeth II did. May she rest in peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. At this time, if no one else wishes to pay tribute, then I will open for Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this time I'd like to give my condolences to the royal family for the loss of the Queen Elizabeth II. As a young boy, I remember at times you go to school, you had to stand up and you listen to the song, God Save the Queen, you stand at attention. These days we see the anthem playing and people not standing at attention. I would love to see that this respect is given to the king when the anthem is played. Let's not throw away the values that we learned when we were young and continue to respect the royal family and the king. Madam Speaker, looking at the Queen in her reign, you see somebody who served for some 70-odd years, dedicated, committed. I cannot say what is right or what is wrong, but what I can say is that she served with dignity, served with pride, and she gave her all. For someone to sit on that throne for those among the years and give what all she gave, it takes a lot. I give my respect to the family for standing by her side during those times, and I really sympathize with them for the loss because I know it have to be something of a great loss of such a great person. I would like to give my condolences for my family, my wife, and extended family of the Virgin Islands. And may the King live on forever. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the member for the 9th District, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too join my colleagues in bringing condolences to the royal family on the ascension on the death of the Queen, who sat on that throne for 70 long years with dignity and pride. As was mentioned before, she visited BVI on 2 occasions, I recall, in '66 and again in '77. And it showed that she had some level of care to make that long journey to come to visit and see as overseas territory to see what was really going on here. She outlasted the other monarchs. There used to be several monarchs around the world. I think this is the last standing monarch, many of them who stood where she sat. Their lives didn't end very nice. Quite a few of them were actually beheaded because persons grew wary of a monarch that they thought was outdated. She, however, persisted for 70 long years over the United Kingdom and then the Commonwealth. She traveled extensively. I think the record shows she spoke about 66 languages. She was a dignified person who represented a very high standard. Her passing, no doubt, would bring a change. Most of us have only sang God Save the Queen. We will now have to adjust to sing God Save the King. But I see already on some of the websites about a change from Her Majesty to His Majesty, which I thought was very, very quick. Of course, they have to change the money, passports over time. So changes will happen. What it means for us as overseas territory, I guess, is left to be seen. We've seen some independent countries who had the Queen as head of state. Some have already moved on, such as Barbados, and others are now talking. Some are having referendums in 2025, some 2023. So a lot of persons are relooking and rethinking the place of a monarchy in 2022. Nonetheless, Madam Speaker, there'll be a time and a place to take up that discussion there. But now, on behalf of myself and my family, I bring condolences to the royal family and the loss of the Queen. She was a mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, and so forth. The king that replaces her, again, he's no stranger also to the BVI. He was there after the hurricanes. And again, like I said, we'll see how that goes. May he have a peaceful reign. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member for the 9th District. Territorial member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, too, would like to join in the rest of the members of this House and throughout the world in offering my condolences to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, the family of. And, Madam Speaker, her reign from 1952 to 2022, my research have showed me that she was the 61st monarch of a monarchy spanning over 1,200 years. It has lots of history, some of which being expressed throughout the world as being proud of, and a lot of which have been expressed as being not too proud of. But the fact is that 70 years from a 1,200-year history of a monarchy would come up for reviews, debate, and challenges. It would not take away anything, and I don't wish for it to take away anything from me, to offer condolences to Her Majesty, the family of, to a mom, a grandmom, to the leader of a nation for 70 years. And I so do without reservation. Madam Speaker, I also would like to offer best wishes to King Charles III as he began his ascension and as he began his particular reign. The monarchy will come up for changes. Even here in the Virgin Islands, there are lots of debate that must take place locally, regionally, and internationally. So I offer condolences. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I call on the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too would like to join with yourself and with my additional colleagues in extending condolences to the late Queen Elizabeth. Madam Speaker, my colleagues have expressed most of the sentiments I intended to express, Madam Speaker, but condolences go out on behalf of myself, my family, people of the 8th District. In fact, the 8th District was one of the places that Queen Elizabeth came when she officially opened the bridge that joins Eastern and Beef Island. And I know many persons from our community have fond memories of that particular visit. You see the videos that were circulated on social media, the persons that were in the background and the engagements that we had as a community. So I know the people of my community have some very fond memories of the late Queen's visit to these Virgin Islands. There's a lot has been said over the last few days or weeks since her passing. I'm not here to judge or to be judge or jury. And the reality is that we're here today to celebrate a life well lived, over 70 years of service. And those of us who are here in the service business know the difficulty that we have when you offer your life to service, to a people, to a country, to a nation. And to do that for 70 years is not something to squawk about, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I leave the judgment to those who judge. And, Madam Speaker, what I would say is that at the end of the day, she was a mother, a grandmother, and have persons who mourn her just like any other human being. And again, I will just extend my condolences to the royal family, to United Kingdom people, and all those persons who mourn her passing during this time. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. I call on the Attorney General, Honorable Don Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Change it, man.
I rise as
Change it.
my colleagues did, Madam Speaker, to Madam Speaker, thank you very much. It seems that maybe there was a fear that I would say something controversial. But we seem to have gotten over that obstacle. Not to worry, colleagues. Madam Speaker, I rise as my colleagues did to express my condolences to the royal family and to the people of the United Kingdom on the passing of Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II. I've never met Her Majesty, Madam Speaker, although I have had several opportunities to be in her presence. Firstly, as what was then called brownies on her visit in 1977. I remember being in my brown uniform, waving a little flag. Since then, Madam Speaker, I've had occasion to be in her presence, whether it was at diplomatic receptions and garden parties at Buckingham Palace, the Commonwealth Day service at Westminster Abbey, or even the royal enclosure at Ascot. But you see, Madam Speaker, when it came to Her Majesty the Queen, and I expect that that will be the case as well for His Majesty King Charles III, and it is so for other members of the royal family, you speak when you are spoken to. You don't just get up and decide you are going to talk to the Queen, even if she's standing where the Honorable Acting Premier is to me at the moment. I remember one occasion in particular during the Commonwealth service at Westminster Abbey, when in the middle of the service, a man got up and started to cause a ruckus. Her Majesty looked calmly in the direction of the commotion, and just as calmly looked away back to the service in progress. She did not flinch, she did not jump, and the expression on her face did not change. May I, Madam Speaker, remain as calm in the face of the commotion that seems to accompany me in this position. Over the years, I developed great admiration for Her Majesty, Madam Speaker. And consciously or subconsciously, or however we want to look at it, to grow up in an era where the ultimate leader of your country is a woman has effect on you. It helps with your self-esteem, and we may not know it, we may not appreciate it, we may not understand it, but I think it has an impact. So when I heard of the death of Her Majesty, I went home that evening because I'm processing, and I went straight to a book that I had acquired from one of my mentors not too long ago, just before he retired and he was cleaning out his office, and there were always lots of books there. And that book is called Winners and How They Succeed by Alistair Campbell. And some of you will remember who Alistair Campbell was, but today, or is, I think he's still with us, but today is not his day. And I went to his chapter 18, which is entitled The Queen, a Very British Winner. And which I leave, Madam Speaker, I want to read some of what he wrote in that chapter because it resonated with me before that day, it resonated that day, and I think I will always come back to some of the thoughts that he expressed there as they so much align with my own. He writes, "A big part of me believes that the royal family is the pinnacle of a class system that holds Britain back by preventing it from becoming a true meritocracy, and that given all the advantages the royals are born into, they can hardly go wrong. But a bigger part of me
has developed a huge admiration for the Queen, not least her skills as a leader. In these challenging times, she has secured the monarchy for at least another generation. He continues, into her 7th decade on the throne, she is one of the most respected and most popular people alive. She is surely the oldest fashion icon, and she must be the most recognized woman on the planet, her face the most reproduced image of her age, not least on over 300 billion stamps and hundreds of millions of coins and banknotes around the Commonwealth. Finally, Madam Speaker, he says when he's concluding, he refers to what was said by a former member of her press team. And before going on to that, he observes that the institution of monarchy should be in such a healthy state at this transitional moment owes much to the Queen herself. People say of her that though possessed of a strong personality, she radiates a sense of calm and doesn't let things get to her. She reads, or at least looks at, all the daily papers, and when she travels, she does the same with the national media wherever she may be. But even when the coverage has been hostile, she has never complained. And then I was referring to that former member of her press team telling the author, she has seen it all really, and I think it's getting through so much that gives her this sense of calm when things are not going terribly well. And he observes, of course, as I've said elsewhere, calmness in a crisis is the mark of a good leader. She is not a big blamer either. Now, finally, I'm going to quote where he continues with what the member of the press team says. I do not believe people want a communism of wealth or lifestyle. They like her riding to the opening of Parliament in a gold coach or driving to a hospital in a Rolls Royce. But people do want a communism of humanity. She has always understood that instinctively. They know she is different, but they also know she is the same, eats the same things, breathes the same air, understands them, and wants them to understand her. That is a communism of humanity, and her understanding of that goes a long way to explain why even with your views, you see her as a success and a great leader. That is the end of that, Madam Speaker. And the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II is the end of an era. But however we may feel about the institution of the monarchy, it is not the end of her example. And on that note, Madam Speaker, I renew my condolences to the royal family, to the people of the United Kingdom, and I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. At this time, I call on the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to extend my condolences and heartfelt sympathies to the families, the royal family of the late Queen Elizabeth II, who served in the role of Queen for over 70 years. Madam Speaker, it is no question in my mind that 70 years just being alive is a blessing and a gift that God would bestow upon us, but is also one that a life of service, Madam Speaker, should be recognized for what it is. Madam Speaker, I know there has been, up until yesterday, the United Kingdom and all of the overseas territories had observed 11 days of mourning for the passing of the Queen. I know the Honorable Premier, the Honorable Natalia Whitley, and the Governor and Miss Bradshaw from the BVI London office were representing the territory along with other OT prime ministers and leaders to attend the funeral services, as well as many other ceremonies, including those that we have observed here in the BVI. It is never good losing a loved one. It's not something that you can just get accustomed to. And I know to her immediate family and those that she left behind, they would have their memories, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to ensure that while her death and her life has been celebrated and she's been remembered, note that even when she passed, I think one of the things that I remember the most, it was not the standing in the sun as a young child, waiting for the Queen at one of the sporting events, waiting for the Queen to show up, and we had to stand and look right. I always wondered when the Queen would show up. It was not that, it was not any other visits that she had to the territory, because I was not around then, but I remember my parents and even my grandparents and some of my aunts and uncles reminiscing on those times, even seeing footages, Madam Speaker, of the late, great, honorable Ivan Dawson, welcoming her and escorting her here in the territory when on her visits, and then her exchanging pleasantries with the late, great Miss Shanna, as we call her. Honorable Penn would know and appreciate that, as well as Honorable Reimer, because we spent some days in Miss Shanna's shop getting some special, and when we were sent out for different things. But, Madam Speaker, those are the things that I recognize and remember the most. What I recognize and remember the most is that late Queen Elizabeth shared the birth date with another queen, a queen who gave birth to me. And I remember my mom would always state that while I am recognizing and celebrating and observing the birthday of the Queen, remember that she is AKA the Queen. And I would never forget that, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, it is important for us to cross-reference the length of time that the Queen served to the length of time that we've had and been able to have ministerial government and the operations and the ability to operate within this form of government that we have here in the territory of the Virgin Islands. It is the same 70 years. And Madam Speaker, I believe it is important that while we remember the Queen's life and the time that she served, we must also remember, acknowledge, and respect the fact that we too have been on this journey for some 70 plus years. We too, as a territory of the Virgin Islands, have some tremendous accomplishments that should be recognized, that should be time-stamped, that should be celebrated. Because if we don't do it, Madam Speaker, no one is going to do it for us. And I believe while we look at where we came from, while we look at how we've been able to overcome various challenges and obstacles, that is important, Madam Speaker, that we continue to build, that we continue to build on and stand on the shoulders of those giants, those heroes and sheroes that stood before us, that made this pathway clear for us, Madam Speaker, here in this territory, that we must not forget that it is up to us, those of us who have been given this opportunity, to look at 70 years, look at what we've accomplished, look at the things and the trials that we've been able to overcome, but most importantly, Madam Speaker, plan ahead for the challenges and obstacles that we will face, that we will be able to overcome. And more so, Madam Speaker, that we look at the next 70 years to ensure that this platform that we have, this canvas that we have, that we continue to paint and shape what we want our Virgin Islands to be, is one that our children and those yet unborn will be able to state that they are indeed proud that men and women continue to build on legacy, continue to build on hope, continue to stand on conviction of developing the Virgin Islands people and the territory for those yet unborn. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of the 2nd District, especially the seniors and all those who would have special memories of late Queen Elizabeth II, and on behalf of my entire family, I say condolences again to her, to her family, and I am grateful, Madam Speaker, for you and the Honorable Premier, Acting Premier, giving us this opportunity to give our tributes and our remembrance of the late Queen Elizabeth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. At this time, I will open the floor to allow for tributes for the late member, Cyril Lewis Walters. I'm sorry, I take note that the Minister for Education wished to offer tributes on behalf of the late Queen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to join my colleagues in offering my sincere condolences to the royal family and to the people of the United Kingdom. Truly, over the last few days, we've seen an outpouring of love and respect throughout the Commonwealth and throughout the world. And truly, it speaks to a life and a legacy of service that was very visible and prominent across the world. I believe that the legacy of the late Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II meant a lot to many persons in varying ways. And I've been part of a lot of conversations that speak to the legacy and the importance of her leadership to women across the world and what type of courage she had to have embodied at such a young age to have taken up that mantle and to have executed it to what I believe to have been the best of her ability. I believe it speaks to her living out what she believed to be her purpose, what she believed to be something that she was birthed into, not something necessarily by choice, but something that she was born to do. And I believe she took a great stance of bravery, and she was able to execute through great courage and leadership for the years that she was able to do so. As I reflected on her life and legacy, I internalized and reminisced on some quotes that I would have heard and read throughout the years. One such quote, Madam Speaker, on leadership is when she said, "I know of no single formula for success, but over the years I have observed that some attributes of leadership are universal and are often about finding ways of encouraging people to combine their efforts, their talents, their insights, their enthusiasm, and their inspiration to work together." Another quote on courage that stuck with me was when she said, "When life seems hard, the courageous do not lie down and accept defeat. Instead, they are all the more determined to struggle for a better future." And lastly, one quote from her Christmas broadcast in 2019 that I believe speaks strongly to me and that helps us all to remember that the journey begins with a single step and with culminating steps after that, and a reminder to really just keep pushing and to continue to remain focused on the goal, is when she said, "It's worth remembering that it is often the small steps, not the giant leaps, that bring about the most lasting change." So, Madam Speaker, as we sit and stand here in this honorable house, seeking to continuously make steps, small steps, to continue to carry on the legacy of those that went before us, to execute our mandate of leadership with humility and great courage. I know that every single man and woman sitting in these chambers this morning would remember the importance of us collectively working together for the betterment of all people and committing to continuously take those small steps as mentioned to ensure that the people of these Virgin Islands benefit tremendously from every single decision and every single project and every single initiative that we would put forward, so that our legacy too would be one of service, one of courage, and most importantly, one that would have provided lasting change to these Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call on the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the rest of the world mourns, we here in the Virgin Islands mourn as well. I must say, Madam Speaker, that this Honorable House, for some reason, has dropped the ball, because we should have had a special sitting for tributes as a House of Assembly to the Queen on her passing. I wish to extend condolence to the family, the royal family, like everyone else. After all, Madam Speaker, the Constitution says there shall be a legislature, and it started with the Queen. That will change to the King. So it means that we should indeed pay special homage to the monarch. Madam Speaker, imagine for 70 years, that's more years than a whole lot of people in the Virgin Islands have been on this earth. And it's more years than few people in the Virgin Islands has been on the earth. And for all those 70 years, Madam Speaker, you could remember Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty the Queen. And one day you wake up and it's no longer so. It is akin almost, Madam Speaker, to saying, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. She maketh me to lie down in green pastures." When, lo and behold, Madam Speaker, everything changes in the Virgin Islands. It only hit me when I learned that the lawyers that I got so used to being called QCs has to be now KCs. And I'm like, really? Then I started thinking, I'm the leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition now. No longer Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition. And on and on and on it goes. 70 years. I mean, if she had reigned for 20 years, it would not be strange to anyone. 30 years, it would not be strange to anyone. 70? Madam Speaker, if you live to be 96 and serve for 70 of those 96 years, you can have absolutely no regrets. You could only be referred to as a success. Madam Speaker, there was a time when we used to say, the sun never set on the British Empire. The sun never set on the British Empire. Imagine, at that time the empire included every corner of the globe. Every country in every corner of the globe, almost every country. But we no longer have an empire. We got a commonwealth. And even to today, it's difficult for the sun to sit on the commonwealth. Even those commonwealth countries that are still under the monarchy, in one way, shape, or form. You got Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, the Falklands, in the South Atlantic, St. Helena in the Atlantic, Australia in the Pacific. You can go as far south as possible, and you still got British possession. You go north, up to Scotland, you got British possession. Madam Speaker, so the whole world stopped. It stopped, literally, on the day the Queen passed. And if you don't believe me, all you had to do was look at the service yesterday. The whole world was represented yesterday at that funeral. So, Madam Speaker, this woman was a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence on the face of this earth. I don't think you're ever going to see someone who would sit on a throne for 70 years again. Madam Speaker, when we are talking today, a lot of us are talking today about the British and the British rule, what the monarchy meant
to the world. Not in glowing terms in every corner of the conversation, Madam Speaker, not in glowing terms. There are people in South Africa who refuse to acknowledge our existence, much less our passing. There are people in other parts of the world who feel the same way, even in Jamaica and even here in the BVI. But when I look, Madam Speaker, there's no denying the association of the royalty with the atrocities that took place in the world. But I took my cue, Madam Speaker, from Nelson Mandela. And everyone knows what he's been through in South Africa with apartheid. Everyone knows that. And there's no decoupling in all true consciences. There's no decoupling of the atrocities that took place with apartheid and the British Crown and all the rest of it. There's no decoupling of that. But I took my cue from Nelson Mandela. And when I watched him, Madam Speaker, and the type of camaraderie that was developed between Mandela and Queen Elizabeth II, who am I? Who am I to cast stones? We have to live, and we have to let live. I keep talking about conscience, Madam Speaker. Conscience. Conscience is what's going to change this world. It's not belligerence. Conscience. And when people's conscience start talking to them, the world changes. I have no doubt whatsoever that King Charles III is going to be a good king. I have no doubt. He had every experience one could ever ask for. If even only by observation, he had those experiences from his mother. And I know he has always been active. Things are going to change. Just as they have been changing in the past, they're going to continue to change. And under his leadership, we're going to see great things. Madam Speaker, when the Queen took office, or when she took the throne in was it 52? Coronated in 53, I think like that. I was but a toddler at the time. But I can remember some things that I did was stupid. I'm happy to be still here standing, survived what I did. My parents know it, my brothers know it, what I did. It was daring, but I did it, even at that young age. In 1966, when the Queen came to the BVI, or the Virgin Islands, I should say, I was in high school at the time. And a lot of great things happened to the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker, because of her visit. If you could recall, not you, the people out there can recall, Madam Speaker, every Christmas, every household in the Virgin Islands got a thorough cleaning. You can recall, Madam Speaker, when the Queen came to the Virgin Islands, a lot of great things happened because of her arrival. The road from West End, starting at the ferry terminal, to East End, ending at the bridge. That road that you now drive on from Borgers Bay to West End without having to negotiate a hill came as a result of the Queen's visit. And that was major. That was huge. That was major development for these Virgin Islands. Imagine, at some point in your life, you should ask someone to take you, Madam Speaker, on a drive using the old route. Well, starting from Bargus Bay, you will take the Fort Hill. And then when you get to Prospect Reef, you will take that hill, Slaney. And then when you leave Duff's Bottom, you will take that hill, Manuel. And then when you get down to Packwood Pond, you would go over, got the names of those hills, those two hills going down. Then you go down into Cox Heath and you take the other hill to go down to West End. Dangerous roads, treacherous terrain. Because the Queen was coming to the Virgin Islands, I don't know how they dug the money up, where they dug the courage from, but a lot of great things happened. A bridge to Beef Island, Madam Speaker. Before the Queen got here, you know how you got to Beef Island? You did go to Beef Island. You did take a vehicle to Beef Island, but you know how you did it? You did it on a barge. And it's not the barge that you take to go to Virgin Gorda, or the ones you see going from Red Hook to St. John. It was a raft, basically, with a rope. Put the vehicle on the raft and you pull the rope, pull it by rope to cross that channel. No more after the Queen came, because she dedicated a bridge. Yes, we all, as kids, stood out in the sun, waiting for her to come by, and you're waving your little flag, the Union Jack. Those are indelible memories, Madam Speaker, for the people of the Virgin Islands. So when people talk about their love for the crown, their love for the Queen, their love to be British, their love to be all things that English, that's the funeral. And by the way, Madam Speaker, I think we should learn a lot from that funeral service, because it only took an hour. As huge as it was. And that hour, I'm not talking about inside the chapel, I'm talking about getting into the chapel. For us, it's 2.5 hours or even more, and everybody complained that it was too short. But when you look at that service, Madam Speaker, the entire world had representation at that service. So I don't want anyone to say that she was one of the most popular persons on earth. In my view, she was the most popular person on earth. That's in my view. And when the service was finished at Westminster, and it went to Windsor, I mean, it was like the whole world turned out. Look at the streets. But what also got my attention, Madam Speaker, was the opulence surrounding that whole event. Opulence surrounding that entire event. And I think that's going to be my most lasting impression of the events that took place yesterday. I just can't comprehend what I saw. But Madam Speaker, in the end, we're here to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. And I think everyone, just like myself, held her in high esteem and has the greatest regard for her and those who succeed her, Madam Speaker. As to her successor, as I said before, I have every reason to believe that he will be successful. There are some changes that I expect to see take place. He is, of course, of another generation from her. He has learned and learned a lot. I expect him to be as courageous as we expect him to be, and that he's not bashful or coward in not doing the things that are right. Doing the things that are right, that's what's important, doing the things that are right. And there are a lot of things that are happening right now that are wrong, and he's an intelligent person, and I expect him to fix them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
At this time, I will go ahead and open the floor for tributes for the honorable member, late Cyril Lewis Walters. I call on the acting premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to rise to pay tribute to one of our great sons of the soil who served these Virgin Islands with dedication and distinction. The news of the passing of Honorable Cyril Lewis Walters, MBE, on Tuesday, the 13th of September, 2022, at the age of 87, has saddened the Virgin Islands community. Honorable Walters was a gentleman who was well known, very highly respected, and much loved by thousands of persons whose lives he touched and shaped as a long-serving educator in our schools, and who worked with him in the public service, who served with him in the Lions Club of Tortola, where he was a Melvin Jones Fellow, or who communed with him at the East End Methodist Church, where he was a member. Honorable Walters, an indigenous Virgin Islander, was born on 17 October 1934 to Ilva Walters Williams and Edgar Walters. He attended the Teachers Training College in Antigua. He served as an educator in our schools at Virgin Gorda, Anegada, Tortola, and Jos Van Dyke for 34 years, of which 15 of those years he was a principal. He also managed several primary schools. During those years, he contributed immensely to developing the Virgin Islands, the human capital, and consequentially, the island's development. In 1975, Honorable Walters became an administrative officer in the Chief Minister's office and rose to the rank of Permanent Secretary. For his contributions to the civil service, now called the public service, he was awarded member of the Order of the British Empire in 1986. Honorable Walters won 2 consecutive general elections in 1986 and 1990 on the Virgin Islands Party ticket. and he represented the 8th District in the then Legislative Council. He served as Minister of Health, Education, and Welfare during his political career. And it is interesting to note that his third election bid in 1995, he was shot by a mere 1 vote. And the delays in communication thwarted the possibility of any recount. Madam Speaker, I remember when I was in school, this was one of the names that we had to remember while doing social studies, Honorable Lewis Walters. Under his leadership in the Ministry of Health, Education, and Welfare, Honorable Walters led a review of the education system in the Virgin Islands, including preschool education with produced studies and programs to improve the quality of education delivery. He also engaged with issues plaguing tertiary education and tackled social issues by extending and strengthening community development and community participation. He played a leading role in the introduction of the territorial district concept, and mobilizing community effort through community programs and the community centers. Honorable Walters' legacy is carried on by his children, with his late wife, Lucia Walters, his daughters, Bernadine Louis and Dr. Cyrilyn Walters, and son, Mr. McLeod Walters, who are all accomplished in their fields as they continue to serve their homeland with patriotic dedication. Madam Speaker, Honorable Walters was a caring and compassionate father. He had a disciplinarian side, which often came out, as he always wanted his children and his students to do the best that they could do. He was definitely generous to a fault with not only family and friends, but anyone who asked. Honorable Walters embodied the resilient innovation. Fondly recall that when he was at a young age, his mother gave him a hen to take care of. And when that hen laid eggs, instead of eating eggs, the young Honorable Walters sold the eggs. In that way, he was able to buy a fountain pen for his use, and he had just become a young teacher. He was very proud of that fountain pen, but he was even more so proud of his hen, and that he had bought it all by himself with the money saved, and did not even have to bother his parents to get it. Those who know Honorable Walters recall his love for the soil and his island home. He was an avid gardener. He found great pleasure in planting mangoes, bananas, and fruit trees in any space he could cultivate. And whatever his plants, and wherever they were distributed, or I wouldn't say distributed, but disturbed or damaged by bad weather or landslide, he would not be deterred. He would simply go and replant them. This is a kind of exemplary determination and resilience of this true Virgin Islander. Honorable Walters has left a solid and deeply etched legacy. His absence will be felt and he will be missed. We thank him for his dedicated service and for contributions to the development of the Virgin Islands that are far beyond our ability to fully comprehend, and for which we are eternally grateful. As acting Premier and on behalf of the Premier and the government of the Virgin Islands, and on behalf of my family and the people of the Virgin Islands, I extend deepest condolences to the children and the family of the late Honorable Cyril Lewis Walters, and to all his loved ones. I join in paying tribute to his good works and sterling legacy. Honorable Walters' life was one of a true service to people. His memory will live on in his good works, and his legacy lives on in every life that he has touched, whether directly or indirectly. May God bless his soul, and may he rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Thank you. I call on the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development, Honorable Shireen Flax-Charles.
No. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to pay tribute to the Honorable Lewis Walters. But Madam Speaker, before he was elected to the House of Assembly, and I won't say that I'm uncomfortable calling him the Honorable Lewis Walters, but I know him as Teacher Lewis. When he taught in Virgin Gorda, I had the opportunity to be under his tutelage. And I must say, and I know that most of the persons that were under his tutelage would say, we turned out pretty well. I think that he was one of the persons that made us excel. He had that familiar Walters walk that most of his brothers and sisters had. And when you saw him coming, you know that he meant business. I must say that I think he was one of the persons that in my life, I would say was responsible and is responsible for where I am today, where my sister Sharon is today, because he molded us and put us in a position where we ended up having to leave the BVI simply because we were too young to get into the high school in Tortola. At the time, there was no high school in Virgin Gorda. And while we cried every Sunday listening to ZBVI, whenever we came back home, we got that encouragement from him and from all of the persons on Virgin Gorda who know how difficult it would have been not to be with your family at such tender ages of 9 and 10. He was an example of someone who truly, truly cared. A teacher, a principal who looked out for the students, who stayed late, who made the extra sacrifice to ensure that students were able to do well. But he was a disciplinarian as well. And I think that is very important. I want to extend my deepest sympathy on behalf of the Flax family to the family of the late Cyril Lewis Walters, Teacher Lewis. He will be greatly missed, but I believe, and I know it to be, that his legacy will live on in all of us who he taught, and all of us who are doing as well as we can in the spaces that we are in as adults. And that is important because sometimes persons do not think they might have made an impact on persons in the community, but I am sure that he knew the impact that he has made on so many Virgin Guardians and persons in the entire BVI. And that was a time when the churches were very much involved in the school. And so the St. Mary's Church Hall, as we know it today, is where we had the experience of being taught by Teacher Lewis. And so I want to extend my sympathies, and I also want to say to all of those persons out there in the field of education, it may seem daunting at times, but at the end of the day, when you see the product of your hard work, you will be satisfied that you did the best that you could with the tools that you had. And back then, there were not many tools, but be rest assured that he did the best that he could with what he had, and do not be discouraged if you're an educator, because it is a brilliant field to be in. You impact so many lives in ways that you would never even imagine. And so I just want to again say condolences to the family. Stay strong. He did a wonderful job in the years that he had with us, and we are so appreciative of that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now call on the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Neville Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sometimes it hurts when you stand, you listen to us giving condolences and speaking so well about the person where they're dead. And when they're alive, we don't speak those good words. We need to start giving people their flowers where they're alive. Madam Speaker, Mr. Walters was a very good person. He made a lot of contribution to this Virgin Islands, both politically and both as a teacher. So it hurts to see that when we come here today and we talk so highly about him, sometimes I doubt the children of today knew who Mr. Walters was. And we have to stop that. We have to start making our history be known of our own people and what they have contributed to this Virgin Islands. We have to make sure that history be told, but not just when they're past, but when they're alive. I would like to extend my condolences to the family of Mr. Walters. I knew him very well. Honorable Flack shall say he hailed from BG, but I also say he hailed from the East, because he represents us in the East. And he did a good job. He did a very good job. There's a lot of members who come through the 8th District who did their role. And every member that passed through the 8th District did their role. They played a role. So we have to make sure that's counted as well. But Mr. Walters' wife, his late wife, was my teacher as well. And she too is one of the reasons why I'm here today. She have taught me well. But I would like us to remember his family at this time and keep them in our prayers and continue to look out for them. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it seems that in the BVI over the last few months, we are seeing and extending condolences to many families of loved ones that have departed this earth. And Madam Speaker, it is not just a number of persons, but it is the significance of the lives of the persons that we have lost over the last couple of months. It seems like every week now thereabout we are seeing and extending condolences to family members that are near and dear to us and those that have impacted our lives on different spheres. Madam Speaker, the late Honorable Cyril Walters is not someone that I have had the opportunity to have had a relationship with, but I am aware and have become familiar with his life and the length and the quality of service that he rendered to these Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Acting Premier just noted about the 34 years that he served as an educator. The Honorable at-large member, territorial member, junior minister for trade spoke about him being her teacher. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that caught my attention is that he was not just teaching in Tortola or in his community of Eastern Langluk. He traversed the waters to go to Virgin Gorda and Jos Van Dyke. And 15 of those 34 years, he served as a principal. Madam Speaker, it is that type of life, if it is that type of dedication and commitment that builds and has built the foundation for the culture that we know today of this Virgin Islands people. Madam Speaker, the family members of Honorable Walters, his children, two of whom I knew very well, Mrs. Bernadine Louis and Dr. Cyrilyn Walters, his son, McLeod, but I know especially well his two daughters. And Madam Speaker, if you want any example of what legacy should look like, what it should sound like, what it should feel like, we would appreciate the life service of someone like Miss Bernadine Louis, who has given of her time, talent, and treasure to these islands in varying capacities, who is very pleasant, very well educated, and very well knowledgeable about the subject matters whenever you would engage her in different conversations. And then his other daughter, Madam Speaker, now Dr. Cyrilyn Walters, who I call Dr. Curlin, which is an inside joke. Madam Speaker, this young lady I think it was around 1990 that she would have entered the then BVI High School with two of my favorite cousins on my father's side, Sherry Reimer Green now and Joy Francis Penn. And it was a group of them, Madam Speaker, who I thought you couldn't get smarter than them. And they went through every one they had in school. 1-1 to 1, 3-1, 4-8 and 4-1, but they went to 4 accounts and 5 accounts. And Madam Speaker, the life that she now serves, which is helping to save and ensure the lives of persons that she meets in her practice and in her profession, are given a class service, then you know, Madam Speaker, that Honorable Walter's legacy, his life, Madam Speaker, is exemplified in those that he has left behind. Madam Speaker, it's sometimes strange to me to hear persons in the present day while they are living, and even persons now come to me and talk about, you know, you need to do this and we think you should do this, it will speak good for your legacy. And Madam Speaker, I believe that is a little bit contradictory for me, because your legacy is what people say about you when you would have gone, not what you say about yourself. And your legacy has to come from a pure place, from a life dedicated to doing good, to serving and to giving sacrificially of yourself and your life and making a contribution to society. And I believe this honorable man would have done that. Madam Speaker, serving in then the Legislative Council, he, like many others, would have served and represented a particular district. I don't want to steal the members' thunder, so I'm just going to warm it up a little bit. Madam Speaker, it is those honorable men that allowed and allows for this opportunity for persons like us to stand. Earlier, I referenced Ivan Dawson, Honorable Ivan Dawson, CBA, and coming down the line to the honorable men that served as 2nd District representative, that gave and provided the way for me to be here. Giants like Honorable Alvin Christopher. When you look at that lineage, Madam Speaker, of service and dedicated service to these Virgin Islands, then you understand what we are standing for, what we are fighting for, what we are sitting and debating and ensuring that there are laws and there are progress made throughout this territory, what and why we are here. Madam Speaker, I don't think that it should ever come into question when it comes to the life of someone who serves in elected office and who would have served diligently and have made a significant impact on his community and his territory. There should never be a question, Madam Speaker, what we who are now serving or what those who will then be serving would be able to do and say or put in place for members of this honorable house and or their families. Madam Speaker, that should go without question. And I know, just as has been the practice before, this honorable House of Assembly would do what is necessary, what is fit and proper and right by the family of the late Honorable Walters to ensure that his memory is etched in the halls, in the hollow walls of the House of Assembly. But, Madam Speaker, I will push it a little bit further, because Honorable Deputy Speaker just spoke about it. Not just when they die, but, Madam Speaker, I believe we ought to shift some of the focus to help our children and educate them to understand how some of these luxuries that we now have came into being. It is because of men like Honorable Walters, men like Honorable Hamilton Lavity Stowe, men that serve and women that served and gave of their time and sacrificed on behalf of their family and their children to give a life and a commitment to ensuring that the Virgin Islands as a whole is much better than when they would have set foot in office. Madam Speaker, this is not an easy road. This is not an easy task by any stretch of the imagination. I reflected a few weeks ago. I was speaking to someone about how I came into political office and how I came interested. And the member to my left sat me down at a local restaurant and he says, "I'm not Martin Luther King, but I had a dream that you would be sitting with me in the next House of Assembly." And Madam Speaker, coming from having left the job that I was working for to go and mentor young boys and girls of this community to keep them from going into the judicial system and having records on their name, working actively, Madam Speaker, with community partners and people to just give them a different alternative. I remember that conversation with Honorable Penn very well. And there's one part of the conversation that he never told me. It wasn't until we got elected on June 8, 2015. And I think it was around the 30th of June 2015 that the clerk had said to me, "Honorable, you should be receiving your payroll, etc. and it should show up in your bank account." And Madam Speaker, when I see the thing, the first person I called wasn't my wife, it was Honorable Penn. I said, "Mister, this is what you bring me here for?" And Madam Speaker, it is just to say that persons sometimes see this job as one that is filled with money and riches, and you have so much wealth when you come into political office. But Madam Speaker, the reality is much different. If you're going into it for the money, Madam Speaker, I will please tell you, change your mind, go sit down and stay home. But when your passion, Madam Speaker, is greater than yourself, when your dream, Madam Speaker, is much bigger than you could ever imagine, when you endeavor to serve and help people, and you put yourself on the back burner, Madam Speaker, the reward that you get is not monetary. But the reward, Madam Speaker, is seeing change being effected and seeing the lives of those that we serve being affected in a way through education, through employment, through development of businesses, through the acceleration and heightened success in the sporting arena. Madam Speaker, those are the things that those of us who serve earnestly take home as our reward. When you get someone coming to say thank you, or I appreciate you speaking up on this or that, or I appreciate you representing my concern and my needs. Madam Speaker, those are the things that bring you much bigger rewards than any monetary reward that would ever come. So, Madam Speaker, for this honorable man that served and who has now departed this life, to his children, to his family, to this fraternity that we call the House of Assembly, then the Legislative Council. Madam Speaker, I ask that his life be remembered, and I ask that the family accept my sincerest condolences on behalf of my wife and my daughter, the 2nd District community, and the people of these Virgin Islands, that his life, his legacy, but more so, his love will continue to be shared by his children and those of his family members that remain. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Territorial Member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
I want to thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak of someone that I cared very dearly about, the Honorable Louis Walters. Madam Speaker, the contribution by the Honorable Deputy Speaker was real, because he said, we know more and speak more of people once they have passed than when they're alive, because if we continue to ask the question, who is Louis Walters? For persons in our generation, yes, or life, we well know. And if you dare go too far below 50, you're challenged. If you go below 30, you speak in a different language, not even Spanish or French, because they will find something in there that they could relate to. You ask who's Oliver Sills, you ask who, or any of these persons who have traversed, who have served, who have lived a life of service. Madam Speaker, in the later conversation, will speak more about this, but the legacy of our forebears, the persons who have made this Virgin Islands, we have a duty to uphold, and this is why, though not related now, I would continue to uphold the contributions that they have made to the growth and development of the Virgin Islands. And I would continue to refuse to let the ills of a few characterize such a brilliant job done by our teachers or preachers or fishermen or farmers, because they are the ones who first sat in this house. And I continue to say that when you look at their progress, the legislation, the particular infrastructure of what they have developed during their particular time, because we are all aware that Honorable Walters served from 86 to 94, but his 34 years of service as a teacher is what preceded that. His years as an administrator from the secretary preceded that. So he was here, he served well. And though most of us should have, in fact, pay more time to pay visit to him, because a lot of us even forgot that he was alive. But this is the fate that we each seem to have, Madam Speaker. Sometime when, even when you're alive now, right now, if you ask too young a person who's Carvin Malone, if they ask who I am, I have to tell them I am Mo's son, or Ruth's son, or Jane's brother, or the guy who won the Fat Man race, uncle. In order for them to know or place me properly, much less if you served in these times, much less if you served in 86 to 94. We have to do a better job, because we will talk it every time someone passes. We'll talk it every time we come and we glorify a person here as to how little we do to pay tribute to them. But we have an opportunity to do it every year, because I think that one of the lasting contributions that Honorable Premier would have is bringing in a National Heroes Day, I think it is, right? National Heroes Day? But it shouldn't be just a day for the beach and staying home and sleeping all day. It should be a day when we get to learn about our leaders, present and past. Because folks who just come always reckon that you could ride from East End to West End in 20 minutes, leave it to the Honorable Minister for health, maybe 10 minutes. But the fact is that it used to take much longer back then, because we didn't have the roads, and we didn't have a whole lot of stuff. So, suffice to say, I had made contributions or submittal on my Facebook page, and I would like to put it into the records of the House. I join with members of the House of Assembly and with the Lions Club of Tortola in extending condolences to family, relatives, and friends of Honorable Lewis Walters, MBE, MJF, and LM. MJF, Melvin Jones Fellow, LM, life member of the Lions Club. His commitment to service through his Lionistic year is exemplary and was highly appreciated. As Lions president in 2001-2002, his theme of Lions making a difference was felt throughout the community. His support of all Lions projects and functions was admired by his colleagues and known by his family. They had to sacrifice a lot of time, of his in the life of service that he served. His final Lions project was the donation of wheelchairs to the Eastern Longloop and the Long Trench Community Centers. History will also reflect his stellar service as a public officer and a legislator. 34 years were spent as an educator, 15 of which he was principal and managed various primary schools in Virgin Gorda, Tortola, Jocelyn Dyke, and Anegada. In 1975, Madam Speaker, he was transferred to administration and thereafter became an administrative officer in the Chief Minister's office and rose to the ranks of permanent secretary. From 1986 to 1994, Honorable Walters was elected as District 8 representative and served as Minister for Health, Education, and Welfare during his 2 terms. I would love to say that it was through the support and blessings of his wife, Lucia Pata Walters, his son, Mac Lloyd, and his daughters, Bernadine and Dr. Cyrilyn, he has served well as a Lions member and has served well as a legislature. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you, and we will repeat the Lions motto of "We Serve." Thank you.
Thank you. I call on the member for the 9th District, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too will join my colleagues in paying tribute to a great man, a former legislator in this honorable House. I think the member for that last member said it right. If we don't get together and tell these stories, persons might not even realize they solved, sometimes even lived. My knowledge of Honorable Walters goes back to my childhood. I grew up in a time when there were no daycares like today, where parents go to work now and they drop their children off at a daycare. Whoever was around the neighborhood who wasn't working was who looked after the children. My parents lived in a little wooden house, a little 2-room house, belonging to his parents, Mr. Edgar and his wife. So naturally, when they went to work, my dad worked in St. John and my mom worked at Little Licks Bay. They left me with his parents. So I grew up around them. And they treated me just as if I was one of their children. He lived a little further down from his parents' house in a building called, well, the business downstairs called the Rainbow Tavern. And he and his wife, I call her Teacher Lou, and he was Teacher Louis. He taught at the St. Mary's School as a principal, like you heard before, while I was a student there in elementary school. And back in those days, you know they had to be committed, because he made a grand old salary of $9.62. Yes, Honorable Castro. And that was per month, not per day. That was per month. But at that time, it was considered a lot of money. Yes, I remember his parents with a chicken coop. Very well-trained chickens. They didn't treat chickens like we do now. The chickens lived in a coop, yes, but every morning they got up, they opened the coop, and the chickens wandered all around the neighborhood. But when that sun was about to go down, all those chickens came right back inside, and they locked them in for the night. And of course, we had the eggs from there. His father was a businessman, sold kerosene. They had a small little shop in the front part of their house, sold canned goods. His mom was a baker. She had an outside Dutch oven, and she made some of the best tasting bread you could ever want. That's why to this day I still love bread. He started right there with his mom. He moved from Virgin Gorda and lived in East End. That was a little funny one. He was following his father's footsteps in that, like his father who married an East End woman, he married one too, except his father brought her home. But in his case, she anchored him in East End. He didn't get to bring her to Virgin Gorda. And once he went down there, then everything changed up. But it was at that period in time when a lot of Virgin Gorda men were marrying Tortola women and bringing them to Virgin Gorda. I think he changed that thing there now to where the Tortola women are bringing the Virgin Gorda men over to the Big Island where there are more opportunities. But he served as a dedicated educator for many, many years. A very serious person, a good sense of humor. When it came to education, he took that very, very seriously. So he worked his way up from a teacher making $9.62 a month to where he became the minister for the subject. He took education very, very, very seriously because he fully understood. Because he came from a period where his parents and most of the folks he knew had only standard 7 education. So for him, he saw education as a way out. And he made sure he did his best to make sure that the students who afforded education. Now, I don't know how many students in Virginia lived at his house when he moved to Tortola, but I'm sure if you do some digging, Virginia students have to have stayed with him. Because like you heard earlier, during that time, there were no high schools on Virgin Islands. So if you wanted to go to high school, you either went someplace else or you went to Tortola. And if you went to Tortola, then you had a challenge of where do you stay. And Virgin Guardians stayed from East End to West End. Many years ago, when I was a teacher, I remember going on a field trip to Guyana with 3 students. There was a student chosen from Virgin Islands, a student chosen from Enegada, and 1 chosen from Tortola. I was a chaperone on that science trip for 2 weeks, looking at various things in Guyana. And one of the students was a young lady whose name was Cyrilyn Walters. I said, Walters, that sounds like a Virgin Islands name. She said, yes, my father is from Virgin Islands. I said, your father's from Virgin Islands, but I know every Virgin Islands Walters. She said, Louis Walters was her father. That was my first time meeting her. We have remained friends from that time until now. So, Madam Speaker, with just a few words there, I want to bring condolences on behalf of my family, to the Walters family, to the children, to all his many, many friends. He lived a full life. He served well. I'm glad we're remembering him in this fashion. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs and Sports, Honorable Shari Di Castro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take this opportunity to extend my deepest condolences to the family of the late Honorable Walters. As I sat and I listened to the tributes given by fellow members, I smiled because I'm on the younger end, and so I did not have the honor of personally knowing or being educated by this great man. However, Madam Speaker, I'm an educator, and so it's not difficult to imagine or to conceptualize in my mind the type of individual that he was. Truly, education is not just a profession. It's a calling, it's a duty, it's a passion, it's something that you are born to do. And to listen and hear that Honorable Walters would have served for some 30 plus years, it shows that he was very passionate about education and developing of the development, of the citizens of this territory. And Madam Speaker, history shall record the immeasurable impact that he would have made throughout the education system in the Virgin Islands. We've heard of the many positions that he has held. And Madam Speaker, I believe holistically, when you look and you listen to the legacy of someone who would have made a choice to serve in whatever capacity, as a teacher, as a principal, as a permanent secretary, as a legislator, I think the premise of that decision really wholeheartedly is to help people. You go into these professions really and truly out of a desire to help people. And as I sit even now with the honor of having the responsibility of a portfolio that Honorable Walters once held, it's a humbling time and it's a humbling opportunity to speak on his behalf in terms of giving tribute to his life, because we often come in with these great plans and ideas on how we can create or amend policy and legislation. And we look to the future about the change that we want to make, but we oftentimes forget to reflect on the great foundation and legacy that we stand on. And I want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, as I honor the legacy of this great educator and legislator, to thank him for his years of service and dedication to the people of these Virgin Islands. I want to also acknowledge his family, because I always say that when we choose to serve, our families inadvertently do the same. And they too, I believe, require a measure of gratitude from us, the people of these Virgin Islands, for gifting this honorable man to us for so many years. As I listen to the dates, Honorable Walter started to serve even before I was born. And it tells me that we have a legacy of great men and women who have gone before us, and it's a legacy that we must uphold, that we must strengthen, and that we must seek diligently to build upon. Madam Speaker, as I close, I believe that as we consider the impact and the legacy of Honorable Walters, on whose shoulders all of us now stand, his teachings will continue to live on in the hallways of our mind, Madam Speaker. And even though the bell has rung signaling the end of his life here on earth, the work that he has done, Madam Speaker, and the lives that he has touched will continue to live on, because, Madam Speaker, legacy speaks for us long after we can speak for ourselves. And I know that the great impact and the difference that Mr. Walters would have made will truly live on in the memory and the minds of all of us. And Madam Speaker, as I close, Honorable Whitley spoke about how much Honorable Walters made at that time, $9 and something cents. But if we are truly to reflect on what he made, as I often say, as an educator, most importantly, I thank God that Honorable Louis Walters made a difference in these Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I call on the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Julian Fraser. Okay, I will give way to the Attorney General, Honorable Don Smith.
Madam Speaker, I rise again as my colleagues did. Express my condolences to the immediate and extended family of the late Cyril Lewis Walters. Madam Speaker, I'm most familiar with his daughter, Bernadine, who is one of those determined keepers and sharers of the history of these islands, and therefore she's one of my heroes. At times like this, however, I am reminded and comfort others with the words that grief is the price we pay for love. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I don't have any personal one-on-one memories of Mr. Walters, although I do recall that, like both my parents, he was a member of the Lions Club. But what I will never forget and what is important and always sticks in my mind when I hear the name is that he was a minister of education, and that it is during his time in office that I had the opportunity to access tertiary education and later qualify as a barrister of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court in the Virgin Islands. Now, truth be told, Madam Speaker, I enjoyed school a lot. In fact, they used to call me Miss Know-It-All. I craved knowledge, and I had been raised to the motto that properly is the only way to do something. So I qualified outright for merit-based scholarships. But what was important then and remains important today is that primary and secondary schooling was mandatory for boys and girls, and that scholarships for tertiary education were available. You see, Madam Speaker, in many parts of this world, even today, you can be as bright as a button. You can do as well as can be done. It doesn't mean that opportunities will be available to you. We don't hear enough about the leaders of our country in the context of them having ensured through the policies of the day and their implementation that we are able to be where we are today, and most importantly, that we are able to help ourselves. So, Madam Speaker, when I think of the Honorable Lois Walters, I think of education and opportunity for Virgin Islanders, and I record my thanks to him for the part that he played in the development of our country, and more so in the development of our human capital. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister for Health, Honorable Marlon Penn.
She walking now. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to make my contribution or give my tribute to the late Cyril Lewis Walters. And Madam Speaker, I crave your indulgence because as the person who had the privilege to serve in the community from which Honorable Walters served, it's important for me to speak and give tribute to him and his family and the legacy that he has left for our community and for this entire territory. Madam Speaker, as I listened attentively to the contributions made by members, the personal reflections, and the connections with the late Cyril Lewis Walters. And you hear the areas in which he served through education, through his social contributions through the Lions Club, through his membership at the Methodist Church, Chapel Hill, and I'm sure he frequented the Methodist Church in Virgin Gorda as well. His contribution as an educator, over 34 years of contributions. And as you think about it now in today's context, Madam Speaker, being the Minister of Education and the Minister of Health at the same time, just think about that. He served, I think he was a deputy chief minister at the time as well, when he served as the Minister of Health and the Minister of Education. Two mammoth portfolios. And it shows the giant of a man that the late Cyril Walters was. A man who exemplified what the word service meant. And so, though Albert Malone, he was a Lions, he was a member of the Lions Club, he exemplified the Rotary's motto of service above self. That is what he represented, service above self. To give yourself 34 years of yourself to education, to public service, then as a PS, an administrator, and a permanent secretary, and then to give 8 years of your life to political office. That's truly service above self. And I have to agree with my honorable colleague who hails from the East, as well, at-large member, that we have to do better. I mean, a lot of these things that I've heard here, I myself didn't know the details. We have to do better of documenting the contributions, the legacy, the work done by our former and current leaders as we go along this journey. Because it is easy sometimes to forget and whitewash conveniently the contributions that are made by your people, the contributions they make to build this territory, to build that legacy. And we have a duty, those of us who have been fortunate and have been placed with the responsibility of leadership, who sit in these seats of leadership, we have a responsibility to ensure that the history and the contributions of our people is clearly and accurately documented and placed on the record and placed within the institutions in which we've built as a people. I thought someone came to me with a suggestion, and it's a suggestion that I'm going to take forward, and I believe it's important for us all to really look at how can we really document the contributions of persons in this territory, particularly ministers of health who've contributed. We are going through a process of a celebration, member. I think how long healthcare systems have been placed in the territory. There's a team that is looking at ensuring that we have a proper recognition of the contributions and the things that have done by those persons within the healthcare space. But we also have to remember the contribution of the ministers and those persons who have served, who have put the policies in place, who have made sure that the monies are made available to train persons, to develop persons, to ensure that infrastructure is built, and all the things that are necessary for us to have a thriving system within this territory, a thriving economy. Their contributions have to be noted. They must be noted. I am not naive to believe that everything here started when I came here. There's those of us who sometimes believe that everything started and ended with us. But that's not the case. It's been years of contributions, years of struggle, years of sacrifice, years of service by many persons in this territory that must be properly documented, that must be properly spoke about. And one of the things we're going to look at is ensuring that, particularly in the infrastructures that's owned by the territory, make sure the ministers of health and all the persons who serve is clearly documented in those institutions. I think it's important. It is important for us to not shy away from the service and the contributions of our people and celebrate it every opportunity that we get. And I'm happy that the AG spoke, because I always look forward to the AG when she speaks. She always brings forward some good, and I always tease her in cabinet, but I'm sincere about my teasing AG in terms of her contributions to the discourse. And I reflected too as someone who was the beneficiary of tertiary education through this territory. Tertiary education I would not have otherwise been able to afford had it not been for the contributions and the foresight and the commitment of leaders like the late Lewis Walters, the late Hamilton Lafferty Stout, leaders from my community who are adamant about education. Former Chief Minister Honorable Whitley, former Representative, I know Honorable Malone will know about this, Leslie Malone, former representative from that district that I had the privilege of following is former Honorable Dancer Penn, Lloyd Black, and the list goes on. Honorable late JJ, as we call him, JJ, my cousin JJ. And I am standing here on the legacy and the contribution that all those individuals have made in our community. And namely, Lewis Walters has made tremendous and significant contribution, not just to our community, but the development of this entire territory. So I too join my colleagues and say, look, we have to, despite our political alliances and affiliations, despite our ambitions, despite all the things that tend to divide us, we have to look at how we celebrate the legacy and build on that legacy and do the things that are necessary for us as a country moving forward. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I join in ensuring that the work of Lewis Walters and others is celebrated, is documented, and is clearly noted for all that comes to these Virgin Islands to know of them and their contributions to the development of this territory. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Education made a very important point. Sometimes when we serve in this honorable house, we don't serve alone. Our families, particularly our direct families, feel the brunt of that service. And it is said, and I read a quote just recently, it said, your children will become who you are, so be who you want them to be. They didn't give an author. And I believe that Lewis Walters lived a life that his children emulated. You see his daughter, who's one of the foremost educators in this territory, historians, someone who is an advocate for the documentation of the history of this territory and its people. And I want to, at this point, really give my sincerest condolences to Bernadine and her children and her grandchildren. And I know Mr. Walters in his later days spent most of his time with Bernadine. They lived at Bernadine's home, where she cared for him along with the rest of the family. I want to give her and her extended family, Mr. McLeod, Walters, and in fact, Dr. Walters, Cyrilyn Walters, who and I are very close. We all went to school around the same time. We graduated from high school at the same time. Dear friend, I know it has to be difficult. I have not lost a parent, to lose a parent, and I just want to extend condolences to the extended family, the immediate and extended family, as well as to the community. Lewis Walters was, yes, member for the 9th. I continue to say that from East End to Virgin Islands is east. We're all in the east. There's one east. We're all connected. I tell the member for the 9th that all the time. And in fact, Lewis Walters, Honorable Walters' mother was a pen from East End that traveled and birthed some really fine young men and women in the Virgin Island community. And his late beloved wife was also an Eastern woman from Greenland, was a potter. So we're all connected, member for the 9th. And on behalf of the people of the East, both Eastern Long, Local, and Virgin Gorda, I too would like to express sincere condolences to the Walters family, a family that I share, a family that I have immense respect, immense pride in being a part of, and their contributions to our community and contributions to this territory. Madam Speaker, again, I thank you for the opportunity. And again, I think we just need not celebrate, as a member, territorial member rightfully said, our people on their passing, but we continue to celebrate them while they're alive and continue to celebrate them way after their passing. I thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too would like to pay tribute to one of our fallen brothers of this Assembly, House of Assembly. It's inevitable, Madam Speaker, that that day will come when we would have to pay tribute to one of our own. And we are constantly reminded after it has happened of our obligation to ensuring that our colleagues, past colleagues, are treated in the best possible way, in a way that their families can be comforted in knowing that their time here was not spent in vain. So on that note, Madam Speaker, I'd like to encourage my colleagues in this honorable House to make every effort in seeing that Mr. Lewis Walters, Cyril Lewis Walters, gets a proper send-off. I have seen those who have passed during my time here and the way they were treated, Madam Speaker. There's always room for improvement. And I urge you, Madam Speaker, to be a part of whatever committee is being established, which I thought going forward from those who have passed before, I've said it before and I'm going to say it now, that this House should take the lead in the preparation for the funerals of members of the House of Assembly and not some other body. We must constantly remind ourselves, Madam Speaker, that there are three branches of government, separate but equal, and that this branch of government, like any of the other two, should not be subjected to the wishes and fancies of another branch of government until we ourselves understand this and commit ourselves to making sure that it becomes the norm. We will forever be led by others. Yes, Madam Speaker, I said it will forever be led by others. The Constitution gives this honorable House the right to make laws, to govern itself, privileges for itself, and we need to take advantage of those laws of the constitutional right that we have fully. I've said before, Madam Speaker, at the funerals of any member of this House of Assembly or the legislature, especially district representatives, the current district representative should play a prominent role at the service. After all, Madam Speaker, this House of Assembly, the government of the Virgin Islands, does indeed provide for an official funeral for members of the House of Assembly. And as an official representative should be given the opportunity to give an account of his predecessor. Madam Speaker, I rise to extend my condolences to the family of Mr. Walters. You would have heard so many things said about him already. As a legislator, a lion, but Mr. Walters was also an avid businessman. Might be hard to tell because of the name of the business that he ran, or owned, but he was nonetheless a businessman. Mr. Wise men came from the east. We didn't say how far. Usually they end up in the west and they never go back. This one came from a little east up in Virgin Gorda. He came down, he landed east. He thought he was west, I guess. He stayed in East End. But all too often, Madam Speaker, I've watched where little Virgin Gorda gets robbed of his talents by Tortola. Yeah, some great people came from Virgin Gorda and they landed in Tortola and they never went back. When I say never went back, I don't mean for a trip, I mean to live. So Walters had some very nice siblings that stayed in Tortola. Miss Enid Pickering. She has put a lot of smiles on a lot of people with her food at Beach Club. Then you had Boots Walters, who passed not too long ago. But Madam Speaker, the at-large territorial representative Smith made the point that it is disheartening that only when people die, we give them their flowers and all the rest of it, we heap accolades on them when they die. When they're alive is when we should do it and we don't do it. But I'll give them a little lesson that I learned a long time ago. In America, they wait until people die to go name streets after them and civic centers and hospitals and roads and all the rest of it after them, airports. And looking at the British model where they keep naming things after people, after people, after people, and you ask the question, why is it that you wait until the person is dead to name something after them? So the reason to do it is because they wouldn't be able to screw up after you name something after them. Then you're stuck with the embarrassment of having this person with the name all over the place, and they're not reputable people. So you wait until they die, and then you can use the name then. They're harmless. So that's one of the lessons so I don't ask a question anymore. I take it that that's the way it should be. And the Attorney General, she's very honest, and I like her style. She's very honest. She said that public officials never seem to get credit for the opportunities they make available to others. And you never hear about them. What she didn't say is what you hear about. I agree with you 100%. You never hear about what the public officials do that's good. But she didn't say what you hear about. People look under stones to get to call you something bad. But they never open their eyes and look at what they have done for you. Do you really believe that all the scholarships that the Minister for Education makes available to students, to young people, that the Minister for Education couldn't channel that money into building a school and ignore the scholarship but build a school and let the student go out and fish for themselves? No, the Minister for Education goes into the budgetary process and fights for X amount of dollars to go towards scholarship to educate young people. but they believe that this is some entitlement and they got it. No. It's people who are committed to the development of this territory through you as an individual, a young person. Here we are, the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands, sitting in the House of Assembly, honestly telling you that she is a beneficiary. And she's not the only one. The Minister for Health said it as well. So these things, the Minister Louis Walters, as Minister for Education, Health, Education, and Welfare at the time, made sure that as a part of his legacy, he would make education available to students, young people. I remember working on a project for the ministry while he was a minister. And it was to do learning resource centers. Some learning resource centers that were funded by Caribbean Development Bank. One was in North Sound, Virgin Garden, and the other one was in Seacows Bay. And he was a minister. Now, those funds, he didn't find those funds at the airport in Antigua on his way back from someplace, Guyana to Tortola, that the Caribbean Development Bank had sitting there in a seat, and he picked it up and brought it to Tortola and said he's going to build learning resource centers. No. He had to go and fight for that money. He had to petition for it and fight for it. And that is for the welfare and benefit of the students, the young people of the territory. This was at the primary level. So there you go. You got someone talking about what happened at the tertiary level, and then I could tell you what happened at the primary level. Health was no different. So, Madam Speaker, there's also some modesty in the man as well. When somebody's going to tell me that someone has served 2 consecutive terms in government as a minister, and he goes to the polls and loses by 1 vote. Now, for some people, that would have ended up in the Privy Council. But for him, nobody heard about it. I guess wherever the polling station was, that was the end. It died a natural death. He just went home. That's the modesty in the man. He was quite contented, as you heard. I mean, he has fellowship in the Lions. He was an accomplished teacher, turned public servant, became a permanent secretary. You don't get higher than that in the public service. Politician, was a minister, turned businessman. Mr. Wallace was an accomplished individual, highly accomplished individual. Someone said to me the other day, well, not just to me, but I was there and I heard it. It might have been directed at me, but I don't know. What they can't understand is how come every profession you got to retire, but in politics you can run, you can stay in there till you die. I simply said the reason being that everybody qualifies to be a politician. He was a teacher, finished that run, became a public servant, he finished that run, came out of politics, he finished that run too. Because, like I said, he didn't fight that one vote margin. And he went into business. But nowhere along the line, Madam Speaker, did anyone say he was incompetent as a political leader. No one said that. Because he wasn't. He was an accomplished leader. He lived a long life. He lived a life that we can all admire. and say, well done. I knew his daughter, Bernadine. I knew her because of her effervescence. Very charming young lady. I know his son, MacLeod. Know him very well. We spent some time together in 2015 when he ran on my ticket to come here. But I guess my friend there now in the 8th district might have had some other thoughts. But the other daughter, I'm not sure that I don't know her, but from what I'm hearing, that they're all successful children. So Mr. Walter's time here with us was well spent. Time here on earth was well spent. And he has now reached that point where it is over. And like I said before, I extend my condolences to him, family, and I'm looking forward to a very successful send-off, and that the House of Assembly would have done a great job. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before we proceed with the business for today, I just wish to offer apologies on behalf of the member of the 4th District, Honorable Mark Vanterpool, who is absent today. Sorry.
Point of privilege, Madam Speaker. Can we have a quick recess, please, Madam Speaker?
Sure. Thank you. So at this time, we'll take a short recess. We will return at 1:15 p.m. I will call on the acting premier, Honorable Kai Reimer, to give a brief statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to give a brief update on Hurricane Fiona. I'm indeed thankful this afternoon as the passing of Fiona throughout the Virgin Islands without any major incidents or damages being reported. I had the opportunity to visit different locations with the team at the Public Works Department. I must say that the preparatory work by the team over the past several weeks and months with the clearing of guts and water courses of debris has yielded positive results. This is to say that even though the system brought rains and wind gusts, there were no reported incidents of flooding on either of our islands. Today, our seaports are reopened, government offices are open, and businesses are back to normal operation hours. We thank God for helping us get this far. Madam Speaker, after it passed our area on Sunday, Tropical Storm Fiona upgraded to a hurricane. As most of us would be aware, our neighbor Puerto Rico was severely hit by Hurricane Fiona over the last few days, causing island-wide power outage, severe flooding, and damage. This disaster comes 5 years after Puerto Rico was devastated by Hurricane Maria, which also caused severe damage to us in the Virgin Islands. Hurricane Fiona has also made landfall in the Dominican Republic, where significant damage is also being anticipated. Additionally, forecasts are projecting that Hurricane Fiona will approach Bermuda later this week as a Category 3 storm. We in the Virgin Islands have very close bonds with the people of Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, and Bermuda. Many persons have relatives and friends there. Some of our people share heritage with these countries. But more than that, when we were in need after the passage of Hurricane Irma in 2017, it was our very neighbors who were quick to extend a hand. At this time, I ask that we all join in sending prayers for the people of Puerto Rico and to remain in a state of readiness during this active Atlantic hurricane season. Let us continue to ensure that our homes and businesses remain in a state of readiness at all times. Government ministries, agencies, and departments will do its part to continue to embrace the motto, be ready and stay ready. And Madam Speaker, as I was sitting here this morning, I got a report that one of the drivers for the 20-yard truck at Public Works Department, they had an accident, and they are now in the hospital, and we ask for prayers for him as he go through this recovery time. I say thank you.
Thank you.
Point of information, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to, while we're over here working together as a government of national unity, help the acting premier with one point with the people in Guadeloupe who lost one life. So I know he may have erred in his notes, probably oversight, but the people of Guadeloupe who suffered the same damage from tropical storm, and they had lost one life. So I just want to put that on the record for the acting premier. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I now call on the Minister for Health, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move that the bill shortly entitled Nonprofit Organizations Act 2022 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I want to take this opportunity to elucidate to this Honorable House the object and reasons and the main purpose for us making these subsequent amendments here this afternoon. Madam Speaker, this is a bill that's been long in coming, literally. Madam Speaker, it's been on the paper for several sittings, pending passage through this Honorable House, Madam Speaker. So I'm happy to be here today to finally make these amendments. And I'll now explain its objects and reasons. And I crave your indulgence, Madam Speaker, as I refer to my notes as I do this. Madam Speaker, the principal legislation, the Nonprofit Organizations Act of 2012, provides for registration, supervision, and monitoring of nonprofit organizations, NPOs, operating in the Virgin Islands. Its fundamental purpose was to create a modern regulatory framework to ensure that NPOs are vetted, certified, and supported in providing vital services to our community, while protecting the nonprofit sector from potential exposure and abuse by terrorists or terrorist networks. Since the implementation of the Act, 366 NPOs have been registered, with 80 being current at present. The bill before us today seeks to further enhance the effectiveness of the Principal Act by aligning its provisions with international regulatory standards for nonprofit sector as they have evolved over the past decade. Honorable members would be aware that the Financial Action Task Force, or FATF, is the body that sets international standards on global money laundering and terrorist financing. The FATF recognizes that not all NPOs are exposed to the same risks of abuse from terrorist entities and recommends that a risk-based approach should be considered in domestic laws that are designed to protect these organizations. Concerns have also been expressed that certain language in our legislation lead to over-regulation and inappropriate restrictions on NPOs, which may have hampered their legitimate and essential work. Madam Speaker, this bill essentially seeks to ensure that our laws still adequately protect NPOs from misuse for the finances of terrorism, while at the same time respecting their legitimate activities. It essentially seeks to ease administrative challenges relating to the registration and renewal requirements of NPOs, as well as their monitoring and supervision, and ensure that overall the legislation is not unduly onerous on the nonprofit sector. Madam Speaker, I will now set out the objects and reasons of the bill, clause by clause. Clause 1 sets out the short title. Clause 2 would amend Section 2 of the Principal Act by inserting new definitions that reflect the risk-based approach to registration and replacing the definition of relevant legislation. Clause 3 would amend Section 3 of the Principal Act by providing for a Deputy Secretary in the Ministry to attend meetings of the Board in the absence of the Permanent Secretary. Clause 4 would amend Section 4 of the Principal Act by providing for the Board to co-opt persons to assist or advise on specific matters where necessary. including the Director of the Financial Investigation Agency or his or her nominated representative. Clause 5 would amend Section 6 of the Principal Act by providing for ex officio members to be excluded from voting at meeting where the decision relates to the approval or refusal of applications. Clause 6 would amend Section 12 of the Principal Act, which deals with the submission of applications for registration, including constitutional documents. Section 12(3)(e) requires that the NPO's constitutional documents include the duties and powers of the governing body. This amendment will provide for organizations that are unable to comply with Section 12(3)(e) to submit an amended constitutional document within 30 days of submitting a declaration to the board. Clause 7 will replace Section 13 of the Principal Act by providing for extending the renewal of registration for organizations. It will also provide for applications for renewals to be made in new form B in Schedule 1, and for annual financial statements to be submitted with applications for renewal. Clause 8 would amend Section 14 of the Principal Act by providing for categories of organizations to be specified in a new Schedule 5, specifically churches and religious organizations, youth organizations, service clubs and associations, sporting organizations, performing arts companies, groups, community organizations, foundations, and national or country associations. The amendment to Section 14 would also provide for the minister to hear and decide appeals from decision of the board within a specified time. Clause 9 would amend Section 15 of the Principal Act by providing an organization to be deregistered where the organization fails to apply for the renewal of its registration within 30 days of the expiration of that registration. It would also provide for deregistration organizations to be restored to the register on payment of a fee. Clause 10 would amend Section 18 of the Principal Act by providing for the FIA to carry out on-site and off-site inspections. Clause 11 would insert a new section, namely 18A, to the Principal Act, which would give the FIA discretion to determine the level of supervision required for each MPO based on the risk-based approach, and whether to exempt an MPO from active supervision. Clause 12 would amend Section 23 of the Principal Act by repealing subsections 3 and 4. Clause 13 would amend Section 24(3) of the Principal Act by replacing the reference to subsection 2 with the correct reference. Clause 14 would insert two new sections, namely 24A and 24B of the Principal Act, which will require organizations to provide staff training related to money laundering, terrorist financing, and other criminal financial activities, and the relevant law in this regard. The new clause 24B relates to an existing requirement under Section 12(3), which is now being provided as a separate section. It will provide for the distribution of the assets of an organization where that organization is dissolved, and prohibit an organization from distributing any of its income to members or shareholders. Clause 15 would amend Section 25 of the Principal Act by giving the agency the power to apply the administrative penalty to all offenses under the Act. Clause 16 would amend the Principal Act by inserting a new Section 28A, which provides for the agency to compound offenses. Clause 17 will replace Schedule 1 by providing separate forms for the following: new applications, renewals, and notifying change of information. Clause 18 would amend Schedule 2 by providing for a late application fee and fee to restore deregistered organizations to the register. Clause 19 would amend Schedule 3 to the Principal Act by correcting the reference to the section in the heading. Clause 20 would amend the Principal Act by inserting a new Schedule 4, which will provide a list of relevant legislation for the purpose of the Principal Act. Clause 21 would insert a new Schedule 5, which will align the Act with various financial legislations, adopting the categories of NPOs as defined by the National Risk Assessment, NRA. It would also guide the board in determining whether the organization qualifies to be an organization within the meaning of this Act. Madam Speaker, I close by repeating that this bill is ultimately about modernizing our legal framework to better safeguard nonprofit organizations from being abused for the financing of terrorism, while at the same time removing unnecessary impediments to their legitimate activities. These organizations are an integral part of our social fabric and make an important contribution to the development of these Virgin Islands, which is something that should be encouraged and developed. Madam Speaker, as I said, this bill has been before this Honorable House for some time. We are now here at the point where this bill is to be considered by the honorable members. The main intention is to bring this Act into force to be able to modernize the Act, as I said earlier, and also to be able to be ready for the mutual evaluation that's coming up early next year. So, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to this Honorable House and for my colleagues for debate, and look forward to the discussion and discourse in the committee stage.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and I reserve my comments till the later stage in the proceedings.
Thank you. Honorable members, at this juncture, we will recess for lunch. We will return promptly at 2:30 p.m. This House is now in recess until 2:30 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Given that no one wishes to debate, I will now Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Fraser.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm looking at the bill entitled Nonprofit Organizations Amendment Act 2022. And I was listening to the minister as he read the objects and reasons of the bill. And I couldn't help but cock my ears when he spoke about Clause 14. And Clause 14, he said the clause would insert two new sections, namely 24A and 24B of the Principal Act, which would require organizations to provide staff training related to money laundering, terrorist financing, and other criminal activities. Madam Speaker, when I heard that, I'm wondering if a bill being referred to as nonprofit organizations and is talking now about staff training for money laundering, terrorism financing, and other criminal financing activities. What's the difference between these nonprofit organizations and the major corporations that are under financial services? Is the volume of money? That must be the only thing, because they seem to be being monitored for the same nefarious activities. And the question I have, Madam Speaker, is now, isn't it necessary for us to do a reassessment of where this authorization, the authority for nonprofit organization lies? Should it still be with the ministry? And the reason I'm asking that question is whether or not the ministry will then be equipped with the resources to deal with the registration of organizations that are capable or are being suspected of or has the potential to get involved in these kind of activities. So that's my concern, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to know the various kind of organizations that are being considered as nonprofit organizations. Madam Speaker, I know in the real world, which is the larger countries, these nonprofits can get huge, can become huge. But then at the same time, the BVI is a part of the real world where international organizations do register, or international companies register here in the Virgin Islands. I don't know if that's the truth holds true for nonprofit organizations. Can TDJ register his church here as a nonprofit? I'm not sure if that's the case. There are some churches and other organizations that do roll over some big dollars. So I hope that the minister and his team could give us a little insight on what these organizations really are. Madam Speaker, the other thing I wanted to ask a question was, this is not a substantive bill, so I can't see it. The board for this group. Maybe when we get to the committee stage, we might talk about that, Madam Speaker. Because I had a conversation over the weekend with a concerned citizen from the sister islands. And if it concerns them, it should concern all of us. It concerns me very much too. That they noticed that some boards were formed, namely the Tourist Board and some other one, and there was no representation from the sister islands. And I pointed out before the word get out that the House of Assembly members are insensitive and they're not looking out for the best interests of the sister islands, which might not have been something that we have done enough of. But of late, I've noticed that when we were putting together the requirements for a board for the Water and Sewage Department, now going statutory, vigorous representation was made for sister island inclusion, and it was very successful. So that I was able to get out there. So I'm saying to myself that anytime something shows up here, where an opportunity presents itself for us to make sure that equity, as far as representation is concerned, prevails, I will be talking about it. And I feel equally strong about the opposition having a say in what these boards look like. So not only do I feel strong that the sister islands should have representation, I feel the opposition should have a say in what the boards look like. And I don't think that any government should feel any different because, of course, we're working for the betterment of the single Virgin Islands. And that includes the advocacy of the sister islands as well. Not too many people understand, Madam Speaker, and not too many take the time out to assess the degree of difficulty that the sister island has that's above that of Tortola. I mean, to get certain services, they have to get it in Tortola. And in order to do that, you have to come here. When I could jump in my vehicle, when somebody is telling me they're going to catch the boat to go to St. Thomas for 8 o'clock, and I must take them there, we're going to leave at 7:15. A person from Virgin Gorda having to do the same thing would have to leave 5:15 if they're lucky to catch that boat. So I always use the example, Madam Speaker, of building materials. In Tortola, you could buy a pallet of blocks for maybe $140. In Anegada, it's probably $500, the same pallet of blocks. When it gets there, maybe 5 or 6 of them are broken. Building materials, you got to get sand, cement, and all that stuff, Madam Speaker. And then we consider ourselves all Virgin Islanders. How could one Virgin Islander have to pay through their nose and another one just pay through his pocket, and they call themselves equal? We have a responsibility, Madam Speaker, to the people of the Virgin Islands to distribute our tax-paying dollars equally. That makes life the same for a guy in Anegada as it is for a guy in Jost van Dyke and a guy from Tortola and a guy from Virgin Gorda. I made a statement some nights ago at a meeting that I was trying to talk about how beneficial financial services is to the Virgin Islands government. And I said that we collected $170 million. The Premier corrected me, he said $202 million, Honorable Fraser, $202 million. That's what that money is for. To make sure that we all are equal. And not just say that all men are created equal. Let's make sure that all men are equal. And we have an opportunity to do that. So Mr. Minister, when we get to the committee stage, expect some things to be outside the norm from your little amendments, which I'm sure you're hoping to get through in a half hour or so. It might not work that simple. It might not be that simple. So, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call on the territorial member, Honorable Carvin Malone.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to say just a few words, because I can say I'm very familiar with this bill, the amendment that is going through, because it's been worked on for years and a lot of work has been done. And I think that there are a number of renewals and other NPOs that are waiting the passage of this, and as we prepare ourselves for audits, I think that it is fitting that we get this done as fast as possible. But I would not have been able to not say something about it anyway, because being a member, in fact, I think we have 7 or 8 members of this Honorable House who are in service organizations. And in doing so, then on a yearly basis, you have to make sure now that each of the organizations come into compliance with the authorities. Madam Speaker, the days when service was easy are long gone. If you want to serve these days, you have international laws by which to comply with. So you can't just go and offer your service now for free at all. So, and I think that while we are seeking to bring the legislations into conformity with international conventions, this act seeks to lessen the burden that small NPOs experience in conforming with legislations. The farm work alone will have a number of people not seeking to elevate to presidents and secretaries and treasurers, because you have to disclose stuff as if it is your very own business. So it is very difficult. I know, for instance, there are a number of churches that have a number of branches, and they're trying to seek ways in which they can, as opposed to having 10 and 15 different licenses, they're seeking ways in which they can get it all under one umbrella. So I can't say that it is answered here, but I would ask the question whether or not it is answered, because we must make it easier to worship, not more difficult. We must make it easier to serve, not more difficult. And we must find ways in which, at the same time, we stay in conformity with not only the local legislations, but with international conventions. And I think that this is where we are going. So I don't think much debate will be required on this. It is one in which we can't do away with service NPOs. We cannot do away with the persons that need to come into fold in doing this, but we must find ways in which, just like Honorable Member for the Third I've said all the time, when you look in terms of business license, mom and pop selling a little apple and pear on the roadside, if they have to comply with the same rules that the international organization have, well, there was a deterrent in terms of how much they could do, or the entrepreneurship that we had become accustomed to. But service is also part of our tradition. Getting involved in service organization. I was a member also of the Boys Brigade, not the Scouts. I was a member of Lions, not Rotary. I was a member of Methodist, not Anglican. But the fact is that we all, in each of the jurisdiction, it had their purpose. And I think that we must continue to encourage service, because I would say that in most of these, whether it's Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, Boys are Good, Brownies, what is the Adventist? Pathfinders. Oh, sorry, I was looking at one person as if she would know. The Pathfinders. I can look up here. Pathfinders. So the fact is, Madam Speaker, that these must all be encouraged, and these must not be deterred, they must not be hindered in terms of what we have. Voluntary service is the lifeblood of every society and must always be encouraged and never hindered. It's a blanket statement, and one in which we have to, from time to time, ensure that we facilitate the whole concept of service, not hinder it, not put any steps, because we can't become so sophisticated that we drown ourselves in legislation. Few words, but that's it. Service. We serve. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the member for the 9th District, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too plan to be rather on the brief side, as most of what I was going to say has been said already. Madam Speaker, we often come into this House and we pass legislation I've made a promise myself to try my best to explain sometimes why we pass legislation. This one here, as we know, has been in making for a very long time. I said it many times before that the BVI, though a very small country, we are an international player, particularly in the areas of financial services. Financial services, however, has a lot of regulations because of the concerns of money laundering, tax evasion, and these things. Therefore, we have to make sure if we're going to remain competitive, we have to be compliant. Now, compliance sometimes can be a two-edged sword. So whereas the country may become compliant, we have to be careful that the people don't get crushed. The mom and pop store, as we alluded to earlier, don't get crushed in the process. And this bill attempts to do both, make us compliant, but protect the small mom and pop shop. Now, Speaker, let me read a little episode for you, please, with your permission, from a paper called Civil Society News. It's an old article, but it speaks to the point of why we're here. And the headline says, "Charities used in money laundering scams, investigation finds." And the very second paragraph, which I found very interesting, it says, "An investigation by the Sunday Times and the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists have revealed that a number of the UK's best-known charities, such as the British Red Cross, Cancer Research UK, and the NSPCC, and the National Trust, have been named as the beneficiaries of trusts in the British Virgin Islands and the Cook Islands." It's from 2013. But it shows you the concerns persons have that charities continue to be used for nefarious reasons, for illegal purposes. And we are named in there. But it goes on to say the charities didn't even know about it. They get so sophisticated with how things are done these days. Even the charities weren't aware that they were being used for money laundering purposes. So we have to always be on our guard, Madam Speaker, to make sure we remain compliant, that we are not being used, to make sure that BVI remains competitive in the offshore sector. Now, Speaker, the bill we have here, NPO bill, addresses the concerns we have locally as well as the international persons. We did, I think it was 2013, we have the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force had a meeting in the BVI, somewhere around there, and we are due again for pay reviews. So we have to make sure that we do all that we can to protect this industry, to protect our cash cow that we call financial services, while not overburdening those organizations like the Rotary and the Red Cross and the Lions who are trying to do good. We cannot make it so onerous on them to be compliant and so expensive that all of a sudden we see these organizations and the effects in our community diminished because we've legislated international best practice that kills us here on the ground. So, Madam Speaker, I commend the Minister for finally getting this bill to the House. And in committee stage, there are a few concerns that we all have that we will then hash out there. We're going to be internationally compliant, but also locally viable with this piece of legislation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister for Health, Honorable Marlon Penn, to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We were just having some technical difficulties from the most technically trained man in the House. I don't understand that logic. But so it goes sometimes, Madam Speaker, with technology. Madam Speaker, firstly, I would like to thank the members for their contribution, though brief but very insightful and thought-provoking. I think it's important for us as legislators to ensure that while we have our international obligations, it's also important for us to make sure that it doesn't impact or infringe on the work that the nonprofits intend to do on the ground in the Virgin Islands. And the points were duly noted, Madam Speaker. And I think the intent is to ensure that all the points raised by the honorable members are ventilated within the committee stages. And we know we have the able technical persons here today to assist us through that process. But I just wanted to respond to a few of the points that were raised, and some of the answers could be elucidated so at least the public could benefit from the discussion. Because the public wouldn't have the opportunity, Madam Madam Speaker, I'm already in committee stage mode, to hear the benefit of the discussion in the committee stages. Madam Speaker, the Leader of Opposition raised a few salient points. Where I could respond now, I will respond to those particular points. Particularly, the member asked the membership of the board and the makeup of the current board. And I'll read from the substantive bill, Madam Speaker, which is part 2 of the bill, which speaks to the establishment of a registration board and its function. And subsection 3(2) speaks to the board and its makeup. It says that the board shall comprise not more than 7 persons appointed by the minister with the approval of cabinet as follows: 3 representatives from the community who are active members of an existing nonprofit organizations to be chosen by the minister. B, the permanent secretary of the ministry responsible for volunteer organization, and we see that that's going to be amended so the deputy secretary could also sit in absence of the permanent secretary. C, a representative from the Joint Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Advisory Committee practicing in the private sector. D, the registrar or ex officio member. And E, 1 member nominated by the Leader of Opposition. So as you see, member, there's already a position for the Leader of Opposition to appoint a member on this particular board. The point raised concerning Sister Island is duly noted. I know we in this House have made those amendments from time to time to ensure that the Sister Island is adequately represented on most of the boards, if not all of the boards in this territory. And I know once you have the discussion at committee stage, once it's practical, we could have that discussion in terms of making sure that a member from the Sister Island is represented on this board particularly. Now also, the Leader of the Opposition raised the point specific to the oversight, and if the capacity exists within the ministry to manage. The ministry's responsibility is to register and the registration process. But as you see, based on the makeup of the board, the competent authority has representation on the board. The FIA, there's some amendments to ensure that FIA's participation in the process is there. So I think we will have the competencies necessary to do the evaluation, the assessment, and there's also the amendment that speaks to the FIA doing on-site inspections on high-risk or potential high-risk clients who are registered with the NPO. So we have the capacity, I think, is a further discussion member, leader of the opposition, that we could have in committee stage to see how that relationship would work, to ensure that it's a level of comfort level from the members in this House, and particularly a comfort level for the populace in the industry, to ensure we have the necessary safeguards to protect persons within that space. Also, Madam Speaker, the point was also raised about the churches, and particularly the challenge in terms of registration of churches and the cumbersome nature sometimes as registering as an NPO. And I want to, before I move on, Madam Speaker, the Leader of Opposition also asked about who can be registered. I almost missed that point, Leader of the Opposition. If an entity outside the Virgin Islands, major charity, wants to operate in the Virgin Islands, if they can be registered. Yes, if that registered charity is operating underground, they could be registered within the Virgin Islands. And in Clause 8, Section 14, which is going to be changed, the list of persons that could be registered under this Act are churches and religious organizations, youth organizations, service clubs and associations, sporting organizations, performing arts companies, groups, community organizations, foundations, and national or country associations. Those are the subgroups that can be registered under this Act. So yes, member, it can be done, but that entity has to be operating on the ground within the territory for that registration to take effect. Speaker, we also had comments from the territorial member, at large member, Honorable Carabin Malone, about the churches, as I just mentioned, the issue of the cumbersome nature of the registration process, particularly where you have subdivisions under each entity. The Act seeks to regularize that process, to simplify that process. I think we'll have a more detailed discussion in the committee stages in terms of how we can simplify that process. Because the intent is not to frustrate the good work that these entities do. The Lions Clubs, the Rotary Clubs of the Virgin Islands, the smaller entities. There are even smaller entities in this territory who, from time to time, put on different drives for community service projects, back-to-school drives. And those, I think there's some exemptions, and I think we're going to discuss the thresholds that requires a level of exemption from those type of organizations for registration. But the intent is not to frustrate the good work that persons do. The real intent is to curb or to protect against terrorist financing and money laundering through these entities. As you heard, the member for the 9th District read an article that spoke to how some of these entities are being used and being manipulated in terms of facilitating money laundering and terrorist financing. And it speaks also to the strength of our regulatory regime here in the territory, the FIA, the FSC, and all the entities that work collectively and collaboratively to address those issues. And many of those issues are found and persons are brought and to face their day in court. The fact that you're reading about it, member, means that the entities are working. They're doing their job. They're doing what is necessary to ensure that we have a first-class legislative regime, that we have the capacity in terms of the technical expertise, the technocrats, and the technical institutions necessary to protect and safeguard against money laundering and terrorist financing, and protect the very industries of which, as a territory, our livelihoods depend on. So I want to, at this time, publicly recognize those individuals who work tirelessly to protect our industry. The team at FIA, the team at FSC, I see the director of FIA is here and his team, the ministry, the hard-working Ministry of Health, and the deputy, the registrar, and the deputy secretary who work tirelessly to ensure that we properly register these companies and have accurate documentation and filings for these entities. and the Deputy Director of Financial Services, who's here as well, and the work that he continues to do to protect and safeguard our industry. It's not an easy job. It takes a lot of long hours and commitment, especially as we're going through the FATF review that's coming up in early in 2023. I wish the team well. I know they've been working long hours to put together the different briefs that I have to put together for this review and to ensure that the BVI comes out, again, as we always do, leading at the cutting edge in terms of our regulatory regime, to ensure that we meet international standards, ensure that we have, not just on paper, but in action, the institutions, the capacity to ensure that we protect and preserve our industries that have done us so well over the years. So I want to wish the team well during that process. I also want to, at this time, thank the members, those who spoke and those who were in silence supporting us moving forward. I look forward for us to have a more detailed and fruitful discussion in the committee stage as we review the bill clause by clause. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Nonprofit Organizations Amendment Act 2022 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This act may be cited as the Nonprofit Organizations Amendment Act 2022.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee.